Can we have a roll call, please?
Matt Barber.
Here.
Corey Brewster. Here. Steve Clemens.
Here.
Corinne Dudo. David Glabe.
Here.
Nicole Howard. Here. Megan Keating. Here. Molly King. Here. Marianne Miesner. Roxy Ogilvie. Here. Justin Rock.
Here.
Tony Smith. Here. Denise Wheeler. Here. And Joya Wong is absent excused.
Thank you. At this time, can we get a agenda?
We have nothing to change.
Perfect. And our next part is going to be for urban renewal. If there is any declarations of conflict of interest at the time, state those. All right. We are in the part of electing of chair. If there is anyone nominating, that would be the time to pick the person that we would like the chair for the next couple of nights.
Are just both of them or just one? Are we doing just urban renewal first?
Well, they will carry on.
They will.
Well, it's
Oh,
a
wait.
separate motion for the
Is it a separate?
citizens.
Okay, thank you, Marianne, correcting me. Yes, it'll be for urban renewal.
I move that we appoint Matt Barber for chair.
Second.
Very well. Hearing no, oh wait, actually probably should ask for a vote, shouldn't I, Robert?
No, you can, if no
You
one
good?
else, if there are no other nominations, then he's.
Anybody else like to nominate anybody else? If not, perfect, thank you. Hearing no more other nominations, Matt Barber has been unanimously selected as chair.
So the public hearing on the proposed urban renewal district budget is now open. Mr. Manager, could you give us the budget message and review, please?
I can, thank you. Good evening, and I really appreciate the Budget Committee volunteering to do this. One of the things that we've asked in the past is for people to submit questions in advance, and we take those questions and answers and provide it to the Budget Committee in advance. It's also posted on the city's website, and there's a copy in front of you. I'll touch on a couple of those questions and answers that are relevant to urban renewal in a little bit. A couple of things. So we're starting with the Urban Renewal Agency, and then once the committee approves that budget, we will then, the group will reconvene for the city budgets. The chair and vice chair for that one in case the chair is not able to participate in the second night. The only public comments this evening will be on the urban renewal budget. So public comments on the city's general fund will happen tomorrow night. Well, I should have clicked to that. So I just kind of walk through what we're doing this evening. So what we'll do is walk through and kind of give you the highlights for the urban renewal budget, and then we will transition into public comments on those, and then deliberation and decision. And then tomorrow night, and I'll cover this again later because it's not really relevant to this piece, so I'll just jump in. So in your packet, you have the budget message, and the key piece to this is there's really not a lot of significant change in this budget from last year. We are contemplating an underlevy, and the intent is to have enough funding in urban renewal either from cash on hand or through property taxes to fund our core economic development programs, and anything above that would be underlevied and would go to the other taxing districts. And so what we're looking at for this particular fiscal year is we're bringing in $750,000 worth of new money through property taxes. The core funding programs that we have is the non-business park call for projects. We're proposing $350,000 all new money for this year. We're retaining the current cash on hand which is $500,000 for the agency-identified targeted project. And this was a question that came up from a committee member as to whether or not we had a project identified. We do not. The intent is to have those dollars available, and they could be used for a project that the agency identifies. Also carried forward is $425,000. We call it our Attract Incentive Program, and this is for projects specific to the Grande Business and Technology Park, but could also be used for a traded sector project other places within the district. And there's a separate application project for that. And then continuing the current $75,000 level for the facade program. The Urban Renewal Agency is broken down into two funds. One is the general fund, and this is where we expend the dollars for the various projects. The other one is the debt fund, which is where we collect the taxes and make the debt service payments. So a couple of things that you'll see here is the capital outlay line. That includes those programs that I just identified, inclusive of any carry forward money, as well as any projects in the current fiscal year that have been obligated and committed. We carry those dollars forward so that we can spend them next year. If someone has a project that was approved in a prior fiscal year to include this one, say it's a $75,000 award, we don't think they're going to get done by the 1st of July. We carry those dollars forward. If they happen to get done in June, we would pay it out of this fiscal year. We would just not be able to spend that $75,000 again in the next fiscal year, even though it's showing as appropriated in that fiscal year.
Can I ask you a question just to clarify that? How many years do they have with one of those call-for projects?
Yes, yeah, that's another question that came up in the list. Typically, it's 24 months to be done, but we do have provisions for granting extensions, and if we do extensions, we let the agency know. As you know, we had one that lasted a very long time, and we changed the policy to make it pretty clear on the timelines. And then the debt fund, again, we have debt service out of here, and this is also where we transfer the dollars from the Urban Renewal Debt Fund to the Urban Renewal General Fund. And then some of those dollars are then further transferred to the city's general fund, where they're expensed in the Community and Economic Development Department for the services that the city provides to the agency. So when we go through the general fund, there's more detail in that. So if there are questions about this budget, we might need to take a look there for some clarification. The other slide I wanted to share, I don't think I put this in your book, but this is what happens with the under levy dollars. So in the top right, kind of that cream-colored square, you see the $750,000. That's what we are going to ask the assessor to levy for property taxes for the agency. And then on the left column, you can see the permanent tax levies and percent of the total and the estimated amount of revenues that will go to those other taxing jurisdictions as a result of the under levy. And again, just as a reminder, for the Grande School District, the way that that funding model works is property taxes go to the school district first, and then the state backfills whatever is required for their ratio for students that the state provides to make sure that the districts are able to do their educational mission. And so if we don't do an under levy, then more dollars would come from the state to the Grande School District. So for them, there's really no significant gain or loss as a result of an under levy.
Robert, would it be possible to get a copy of that prior to the meeting tomorrow?
I can send it, sure.
Perfect.
So that's the end of the presentation portion. I want to cover a couple of other things. one of the questions had to do with whether or not there would be any savings from prepaying or paying off early the debt that the agency has. And the answer is yes, there would be some small interest savings, but it would be a significant cash flow impact to the agency. And so essentially, we showed a chart a moment ago that talked about $500,000 of underlevy coming to the city's general fund. In order to retire that debt early, we would have to essentially levy the full amount and not do an underlevy for, I think, a year and a half, 2 years worth of underlevy in order to pay off that debt early. Paying off that debt early has no impact on the maximum indebtedness and the ability of the Urban Renewal Agency to fund new projects. The total cost of that debt was reduced the maximum indebtedness, and so it's essentially has no impact on what we fund in the future for the Urban Renewal Agency, but it would impact our cash flow significantly. There are questions about what the administrative fees are. So one of those administrative fees is paid to the city of Grande, and this is a fee that is charged for things like the finance department, all of the admin overhead that the city provides to the district. And that same admin fee line you'll see in all of the enterprise funds when we get into the city's general and enterprise and other funds. The materials and service line, that is the line that is transferred to or paid to the city's general fund, and you can see the expenses for that in the Community Development Department's materials and services budget. And the personnel lines, 70% of the Economic Development Director salary and benefits, and a third of the permit technician salary and benefits are paid by the Urban Renewal Agency for the functions that they do.
So, Robert, what might be an example of materials and services?
Advertising. So when Timothy goes to a conference, travel training and meetings, we pay the Grande Main Street downtown out of that budget in a consultant's line, which is all in the materials and services. So essentially, the budgets have, for the most part, personnel services, materials and services, and capital and equipment. So those are the three categories. For the urban renewal, for either the urban renewal transfer line, there's about $16,000 is in the capital and equipment budget line in community and economic development that we just rolled into the M&S, so we don't have to have a separate line for that small amount. And the other question had to do with the consultant line, and this is actually in the economic development budget. There's $65,000, 30 would go to RARE. What about the other 35? And that's for preparing the urban renewal annual report, urban forestry services, the Golden Shovel website services, and then the recast small manufacturing cohort that Tennessee was involved with, that the council approved the agreement, I think, a couple meetings ago. And then answered that one. So if you'll turn in your book to the Urban Renewal General Fund, were there any questions on that before we open up for public comments?
I was just wondering, Timothy, did we only spend $32,000 some on facade grants this year? I thought we used almost the whole $75,000.
So we have allocated nearly all of that. So those numbers are actually in the sheet that we answered that question and gave you the numbers there.
I
So
know
yeah,
that
we
better.
actually, we are, 49,000 is the allocated. There we are.
Okay,
So,
got it, thank you.
So we have, we have 24,925 is what remains. So we've spent roughly 50, or 49,000.
Okay,
And then we have a couple of projects that are still pending. And in fact, we actually were working on an application today, which is why we asked to carry that remaining balance of 17,246 over, because we are anticipating that as the weather gets nicer, we've got a couple of folks that are still looking at applications that could be approved and allocated between now and July 1. And several of those could be approved and allocated. And if it's good weather and contractors are quick, they can actually be expended this year.
so then the 171 will not, maybe won't be there next year. I mean, just the 75,000 might be there for this 24, 25 year.
75,000 is the standard amount that we have historically allocated for the facade grant, and that is the total funding request that we're asking this year. We're simply asking to be able to carry over those funds that have been allocated out of this year that have not yet.
Okay, that's what I
And
thought.
projects have not been completed. And then we have that oddity this year, that we have 17,000 and some change that hasn't been allocated, but we are anticipating additional requests before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to be clear.
And I think a lot of that is really just, we do our budget preparation in February and March, and so we've still got a full quarter, which is the same quarter that many of our property owners are thinking about their projects, so.
Thank you.
And one additional point of clarification, the intent would be, if someone comes in advance of the end of the fiscal year and requests those funding and gets it approved, that would be spent next year. If nobody comes forward for those funds, those will just roll back into fund balance, and we will only allocate a new 75,000 in the 24-25 fiscal year. The intent is not to carry those dollars to supplement next fiscal year's requests.
Okay, that's what I was wanting to make sure. Thank you.
Other questions on the Urban Renewal General Fund? Urban Renewal Debt Funds. Okay, this is the easier one.
Robert? Yes, sir. I'm not sure if this is I think this is the appropriate place to ask the question. Maximum indebtedness was, what, about 22 million, is that?
21 and change.
21 and change. Where are we? What do we have left?
The Finance Director will tell you now.
What do we have left is 8.7 million.
8.7, okay. So that's a fair number of years.
Depending upon the projects.
And I'm not going to ask that question because Urban Renewal District is complicated enough. We don't need to dig any deeper.
Okay. Thank you for that. If there are no questions on the Urban Renewal Debt Fund, Mr. Chairman, this would be the time to open for public testimony, if any.
Okay. So we will go ahead and open up for public comments. And this again is on the Urban Renewal District budgets only. If you would like to make a comment, please step up and give your name and address and give us your comment. Okay. Do we have anybody online?
Yeah, we did not receive any virtual requests for public testimony.
Okay. So we will go then to Budget Committee discussion. The comments that the committee has, questions?
Well, I did see that we did not add the streetscape this year.
We did not.
We did not. I just wanted people to realize that because of budgetary reasons, we did not add the streetscape into this year's budget. That we were hoping to do, but it just doesn't pan out. Okay.
Any other comments? Discussion? Okay. At this time, then, I will close the public hearing on the proposed urban renewal district budget and entertain a motion.
I move that the urban renewal district certify to the county request that $41,816,276 in increment value be used for the purpose of dividing taxes, and that the urban renewal district budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 be approved as presented, and further, that it be forwarded to the Urban Renewal Agency for consideration and adoption during its regular session on June 5th, 2024.
I second.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional budget committee comments? Okay. Could we have a roll call for the vote?
Matt Barber,
Yes?
Corey Brewster,
Yes.
Steve Clemens,
Yes.
Green Dudo. David Glabe.
Yes.
Nicole Howard,
Yes.
Megan Keating,
Yes.
Molly King,
Yes.
Marianne Miesner,
Yes.
Roxy Ogilvie,
Yes.
Justin Rock,
Yes.
Tony Smith,
Yes.
Denise Wheeler. Joya Wong is absent excused.
So it passes unanimously. So at this time, I will adjourn the Budget Committee to consider the approval of the Budget Committee minutes during the agency's regular session on June 5th, 2024.
Thank you.
Robert, do you want to get into the city's budget? Do you want to give them a break?
I think we should just keep rolling, man.
Sure. All right, I would like to call this meeting to order. This is the City of LeGrand General.
Matt Barber,
Here?
Corey Brewster. Here. Steve Clemens.
Here.
Green Dudo. Here. David Glabe.
Here.
Nicole Howard. Here. Megan Keating.
Here.
Molly King. Here. Marianne Miesner.
Here.
Roxy Ogilvie.
Here.
Justin Rock.
Here.
Tony Smith.
Here.
Denise Wheeler. Here. Joya Wong is absent excused.
Is there any changes to the agenda, Robert?
There are not.
At this point is declarations of conflict of interest. We'll lead off on this one. I am declaring a potential conflict of interest because the City of LeGrand has a competitive award contract for towing services, which may include a business in which I have an interest that could receive payment from the City of LeGrand General Fund or other city budgets. I do not believe the potential conflict of interest will influence my decisions regarding the city's budget, and that I will remain impartial, therefore I will be participating in the discussion, voting of the city's general fund budget. Is there anybody else that has a declaration? Nope. All right. This one, we will be going through and we will be setting a chair and a vice chair for the general. Do we have any nominations?
I'll nominate Steve Clemens.
Second.
We have nomination and second. Hearing no other nominations, Steve Clemens has been unanimously selected as chair. I will turn it over to you to elect a vice chair.
All right, so we need a nomination for a vice chair. Do I hear a nomination?
I move that we appoint Matt Barber vice chair.
I won't be here tomorrow night.
Oh, you won't, so I won't do that then.
I'll nominate Roxy Ogilvie.
I'll second that.
Any other nominations? Hearing none. Roxy's my right-hand person. Nice. Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing on the proposed budgets and state revenue sharing for the city of Grande. Taking public testimony tomorrow night on whatever elements we happen to get through tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager for the budget message.
Thank you. Before we do that, did you want to spend a moment to talk about how long you might want to hang out this evening?
According to that clock, and I see it hasn't moved off of 4:30. Traditionally, we've set a time of, 8:30 or so, but we're flexible depending on where we happen to be. I'm looking up and down the tables and across the gap here. 8:30, reasonable time to wrap things up for the night, and with, give or take 15 minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good?
All righty. So again, I really want to express my appreciation to the volunteers for serving on the Budget Committee. This one is a little more extensive than the Urban Renewal Agency budget. In total, I think we received 31 questions in advance, and I really do appreciate those being submitted. It gives us an opportunity to make sure we give you a thorough answer. On more than one occasion, we get these and someone will ask a question, and it's like, I don't know for sure. And getting those in advance, I think, not only helps inform the Budget Committee, but also getting those out on the website allows the community to see what sorts of questions are being asked and answered. Occasionally, people will say, the Budget Committee just rushed through that and really didn't spend any time on it, and I can tell you that is absolutely untrue, as evidenced by the depth of the questions that people have asked. So the how we got here, this all started with the retreat in January. The City Council held a retreat and established some priorities and goals for the coming year. Copy of the retreat summaries for both urban renewal, economic development, and the city were provided in advance to the Budget Committee so that you are aware of kind of what the council is thinking. And to help the committee, we provided you, I think, a pretty extensive book that gives you an overview of the departments. It talks about some critical objectives, and then for any changes in the budget that are $5,000 or 10%, whichever is more, are identified in the narrative, so that as you're going through, you're going to see something that went from X to Y dollars, and you go, I wonder why that is, and then you just look up and it tells you. Again, that's another reason why I think we're able to get this done pretty rapidly, but covering all of the key and important information. The approach that we have taken is a conservative yet realistic approach. We're pretty good with our revenue forecast. We're usually in the 95 to 98% of what we identify. And for most of our departments, in terms of expenditures, budget to actual, they're in the 90+%. Some departments lesser, depending upon hiring lags, which can have a pretty significant impact on a given department if you don't have someone in a position for a while. And again, we talked about this during the urban renewal budget, but this budget does include a proposal to under-levy urban renewal, which will bring an estimated $574,008 of additional revenue to the general fund without impacting the Urban Renewal Agency's core programs. The Urban Renewal Budget Committee did approve the budget with that under levy included, which will then be considered for adoption by the Urban Renewal Agency in June. And assuming that does not change, it would not impact anything we have in this budget. If the agency were not to approve that under levy, it would have an impact on this budget, but I don't anticipate that that will occur. The budget includes a total of 141.59 full-time equivalent employees. That's using a 2,080 hour year, of which 119 are full-time employees. There are additional staffing requests in this proposed budget, including 2 911 dispatcher, 1 maintenance position to be shared with aquatics and parks, also increasing hours for 3 positions to move them from part-time to full-time, 1 in finance, 2 in the library. Though it was requested, an additional detective position is not included in the proposed budget. And to explain what that looks like, the department directors, based on the guidance that we received from the council and the priorities, put together their requested budget. I then meet with each department individually, walk through their budget with them, and as the budget officer, it's my job to prepare the proposed budget, which is what you see before you. I did not feel that adding that additional detective position was appropriate in this proposed budget, and that's why it's not included. So when you go to the police department's budget, you'll see a difference between the requested and the proposed budget. That is not to say that the budget committee or the council couldn't opt to add that or to reduce any of the positions that are being proposed to be added. But again, this is the budget as it's proposed to you. Talked about that. So the adopted budget for the current fiscal year had an estimated beginning cash of $9.1 million and a budgeted ending cash of $4.4 million, including contingency and reserve for future expenditures. As a result of, I mentioned, we're pretty good on being very, very close on the expected revenues, being typically 95 to 98%, if I'm not mistaken. And then the expenditures, we typically don't spend all of those, and we also, I think in this year, got a lot more money in interest than we anticipated. And we had some hiring lags. All of those factors moved that beginning general fund cash higher than we had anticipated. A few years ago, the city council, actually we'd done it before 2022, established a fiscal policy that said when we have that unanticipated increase in cash, to take half of those dollars and transfer them to the general reserve for future capital projects and improvements. And then 25% of that for current year capital improvements. And originally we had just let the other 25% roll into fund balance, but a couple of years ago, the council made the decision to take that additional 25% and budget that as a transfer to the street reserve to work on our road situation. What that looks like for this proposed budget is $279,178 will go to the street department, and then a little over $500,000 will go to the general reserve for future general fund capital improvements, and then the like $279,178 will be used for current year, the proposed year capital improvements. The lion's share of that would go to a major infrastructure program where we're intending to connect all of the city facilities with fiber, replace outdated servers and storage, and really get us into a situation where we can be much more efficient. And this came as a recommendation of our new IT professionals, which is actually the same thing in our prior one we say that we needed to do at some point in time. So we wanted to take advantage of those dollars that we weren't anticipating to make that project happen.
Robert, is that also addressing security?
It will help.
Cybersecurity, because
It will help with cybersecurity.
cities are vulnerable.
This budget does include the expenditure of the last of the ARPA funding. And again, the intent was for all of those dollars except for $250,000 to go to streets. The creative solution that we came up with, because the $250 was going to go to the fair for that water sewer infrastructure. We have supplanted about $119,000 of that with TRT dollars. Those are being carried forward in the next fiscal year. So that frees up that for additional ARPA dollars to go into streets. And then we're looking at a fee waiver so that we can take that full $250 and still give that level of benefit to the fairgrounds, but be able to use those ARPA dollars directly for improving streets. I already talked about the service levels, the staffing changes. There's only those few. Labor costs in the proposed budget are up 4.15%. A chunk of that is that additional staffing. Materials and services increasing about 2%. Capital 12%. And I talk again about that infrastructure replacement for the IT stuff, and capital needs also included new police admin vehicle, remount and refurbish of an ambulance, closure of the mezzanine at the fire department, and a number of other projects that we'll talk about in more detail as we go through department by department. So I wanted to kind of share with you just some overviews, and these are all in your book. So this first slide just shows current proposed resources, and you can see that last year to this year, it's a little over a 6% increase. Proposed requirements, also that same 6% increase because two numbers have to match, but you can kind of see where those additional dollars are going. Probably the one that is the largest amount is in that capital equipment, which you're seeing a 12.58% increase across all funds. In the general fund specifically, fees and charges or revenues are down, and I think a big chunk of that is tied to the reduction in transient room tax dollars. And then transfers, that just kind of fluctuates depending upon what you have in any given year. The requirements for the general fund, you see the labor's up 3.7, and the materials and services are down a little bit, capital equipment down a little bit. The transfer number is pretty significantly higher, and that's because of that substantial increase in unanticipated cash going into the general reserve fund from the city's general fund. And slight decrease in the unappropriated ending fund balance. So this next portion, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, recognizing that we're going to then come back and go department by department to ask individual questions. And this section is more for those that are in the audience or are watching online or on Spectrum TV. So if you have questions on any of these things, if you just jot them in the margin in your book, we'll be coming back and walking through those with the department directors. So this first slide just identifies our beginning cash and where we're getting our revenues. Not a huge change from the current year as the previous graphs indicated. One thing that we are getting are opioid settlement dollars. And that's up a little bit, and those dollars will continue over a number of years. They're going to be gradually declining. And we can talk more about that when we get to the council manager's budget. So just a couple of notes on the 3 lines here. The operating contingency, to access this $750,000 in the general fund, the city council would have to meet and pass a resolution to allocate those dollars. This is budget 17 for me. I think we've done it 4 times. So it doesn't happen often, but at times it does. The next line, the reserve for future expenditures, these are dollars that we don't really want to spend because we want to spend them on other things down the road, not necessarily identified. But let's assume, worst case scenario, something happened where we use the entire $750,000 of contingency. To access the reserve for future expenditure, the budget committee would need to reconvene to approve that use. And then the rest is cash that just remains available but cannot be accessed in the coming fiscal year unless something catastrophic happens that requires us to do that, and hopefully that never does. So the first budget I want to touch on is the council manager and personnel, and there's a couple of nuances to this one. In the current year's budget, we had identified both a full-time IT position and professional services dollars because we weren't sure where we were going to end up filling the void that was happening with IMESD, stopping the IT services with the city. And so we weren't sure. We needed to budget both people numbers and professional services numbers. We ended up contracting for that service, so we don't need this position that was in last year's budget. TRT allocations, the city is required to use a certain portion of the TRT dollars for tourism promotion, tourism-related facilities, and we have a formula that allocates that. $171,000 is being retained in the city's general fund to take care of parks as a tourism promotion facility. We're also looking at $75,000 towards the Riverside Park Playground. We're actually reducing the contribution to the chamber on a one-time basis because there's quite a bit of fund balance with the chamber who provides the tourism promotion services. So it's not going to adversely affect any of the chamber programming, and it will allow us to provide a greater match for that significant project, which we view as a destination tourism landing spot when it gets done. And then $23,000 and change to the chamber under the contract that we have with them for doing the tourism promotion services. It also shows that $119,000 to go to the fairgrounds for that water and sewer infrastructure project. That's not going to be done this year, so we're carrying it forward into the next year. I already talked about the ARPA funding, and I talked about the IT program, and then we have $94,000 that we're moving into the general reserve for various future projects for general fund departments. And the most notable of that would be the $50,000 for a future ambulance. And also it identifies the allocation of that unappropriate or unanticipated increase in general fund cash. Finance department, not a lot of significant changes, but this is where we're looking at moving one half-time position to full-time. And we're also looking at doing a little bit more training because there have been quite a bit of legislative changes as it pertains to the municipal court. Police department, again, adding 2 new full-time dispatchers. The cost for that is shared between the city's general fund, the 911 budget, and also, not in the coming year, but in future years, we get reimbursed into the general fund for services provided for dispatch services for the county. So not all of the burden of adding those 2 positions comes out of the city's general fund. Fire and EMS, big one here is to refurbish one of the ambulances. The majority of the budget committee did participate in a tour of city facilities, and you're able to kind of have a good feel for what we're talking. Seeing that number for an ambulance, when you just see them driving by, it's kind of hard to really put it in perspective until you take a look inside and see really what all is involved with that. And then we're also looking at adding some additional storage area up above, so it's about $20,000 to include kind of an open mezzanine above the bays at the fire department, and then also a chunk of the IT piece. And then they're putting $50,000 away towards the purchase of a future ambulance, and this is part of our ongoing replenishment of our fleet. In the Parks Department, we're looking at that added position for a maintenance position. That's going to save us some dollars because we're not going to be contracting out for certain services. One of the things that is a challenge, I think, for a lot of places is hiring people with commercial driver's licenses, which are required. And we hired someone that does not have one. We're paying for that training. That was part of the agreement when we hired that individual. Quality individual just doesn't happen to have a CDL, and there are times when that's needed for one of our positions. And then a new deck mower and replacement of a compact utility tractor. Products. Probably the big one here that I haven't touched on yet is you look into the equipment and improvements, replacing the HVAC boiler. So I talked a few minutes ago about how we put money from the general fund into the CIP for future projects. We've been putting money away towards this project for a number of years. So some of the dollars for that are going to come from the general reserve, and the rest are going to come from the general fund. Recreation, replacing the very, very old recreation bus. Urban forestry, not a tremendous amount of change in this budget. Library. The library director was commenting that there were no questions related to the library from the budget committee members. I told her that she probably would get 1 or 2 when she actually is up here. That's not a hint, because you should do that, but we are looking at moving 2 of the part-time positions to full-time, and that's going to do a couple of things. It's going to allow us to increase some open hours during the week, and it will also provide for some added on-site security by being 2 deep at all times, which is a growing area of concern that we have. Economic development, again, this is the one that is almost exclusively funded from urban renewal, but we do have, it's about $30,000 that's sitting in the budget that is earmarked for advertising, which is intended to help recruit businesses outside of the urban renewal district. So the city council a number of years ago set aside some dollars in this budget of general fund money that can be used for that purpose. And we just continue to carry those forward. Not much change in the planning department. Big area here is just a fluctuation in consultants as we do different projects. You're aware, I think, of the Goal 14 urban growth boundary expansion, where we now need to look at adding property into the city's urban growth boundary that can be zoned industrial or commercial, and we're going to be looking for willing sellers of current property as part of that process. Building maintenance, much of this is just city hall and library related functions. Not a significant amount of change in this budget. So I'm now going to wander through the enterprise funds. Building inspections. So the city provides building inspections for the county, and this fund functions as a standalone business where all of the permit fees fund all of the operations. Not doing anything different with the building inspection reserve fund. 911 emergency fund, again, these dollars, if you look at your phone bill, it's going to have a fee for 911. These come to the county and then, based on our budget, are then paid to the city to fund that operation. Public Works Services, all of the expenses for labor occur in this budget. And as you were looking through your budget book, you would notice that some departments have some labor lines that are identified. That's a transfer that comes into this budget to actually pay the employees. Water fund. Enterprise funds are intended to function as a business. The revenues that come into the water fund when you pay your water bill, we can't use those to buy police cars. They have to stay within the water fund. We can't use water fund dollars to pave streets, with the exception of the patching that is done if we have to do some water work underneath there. Water Reserve Fund. We do expend a fair amount of money out of this one. This is where we do our major projects. And one of the things that we're looking at is the possibility of drilling a new well to replace the Geckler well. And also boring a new water main beneath the Grand Ronde River. Motor pool, this is within Public Works, and essentially this is all fleet purchases for Public Works are made out of this budget. And the only thing that we have intended for this budget this coming year is my truck. Street and road funds, we have a couple of funds that deal with taking care of our streets. This being one of them. And I think that if you have any questions about any street projects, it would be appropriate at that time that the Public Works Director is up there. You can ask about those. Street Reserve Fund. There are a number of projects that we have ongoing. This is where if we were to receive money for Safe Routes to School grant is where we would expend it. And so we will plug in dollars as revenue in anticipation of getting those. If we get them, then we can expend them. If we don't get those grants, we can't. So just because it's listed here doesn't mean we're necessarily able to do that. Street user fee, if you get a water bill in the city of Grande, there's a fee attached to that for street maintenance. And it's actually lesser this time because of a major portion of a project on Second Street that we had completed. Storm utility fee, this is another one that you'll see on your water bill. This is the fund that we use to deal with the city's snow removal and the storm sewer lines. Storm utility reserve fund. We continue to put money in here towards future projects. And then when we do have one, we will. And I can't remember for sure what we did versus didn't with the projects here, but I'll let Kyle touch on that when he is up here. So the sewer fund consists of kind of like two sub-departments. One is the treatment, and the other one is collection. Nothing really huge on this one. And on this chart, it just shows you the total at the bottom for all of sewer. Sewer reserve is where we would do major projects. And we have been doing a little bit of major projects. There's a new, I'll let Kyle touch on the projects when he's up there. Grants and donations is another one that's a little bit unique because we will identify grants that we may be going after, and so we'll identify a revenue, and then we'll identify a corresponding expenditure, and then if we actually get that grant, then we can expend the funds. And the reason that we do it this way is if we don't budget the expenditure and then we get the grant, we may not be able to do the project. So we purposefully identify a lot of potential revenue into this fund with the understanding that if you don't get the grant, you don't get to go do the project. And we're pretty good at getting grants. I've talked a fair amount about the general reserve fund. So this is where we put the dollars aside for the savings. You'll see that capital outlay, general CIP, we've got $300,000 in the current budget. We continue to budget about that so that if something happens, we have the ability to respond to it. As an example, the police chief did not expect to have someone run into his vehicle sitting out in front of his house, but it did. So we had to replace it, and this was the line that we did that on. Now, we did get some insurance proceeds to come back to it. We also used this budget a couple years ago towards the roof of the library replacement. But we purposely keep $300,000 in there because that will cover most things that could occur. And then you can see for some of these specific departments, there's an amount, we talked about for aquatics, the boiler replacement, that's the $80,000 that's already there that I touched on. So that's the end of the overview. And again, public comments will happen tomorrow. So now we're going to go back to the start of the general fund and kind of play some musical chairs as we walk through department by department.
Jump.
Sure.
I think it's important to put this in context.
That's why
Clearly, the fiscal responsibility is one of the highest responsibilities of the council, as well as city management and directors. Most of you will recall that we had a work session in December of last year specifically dealing with the fiscal outlook for the city, which projected that if we look at the rate that we're currently expending funds, we anticipate that the city will not have funds to meet its obligations in year 27, 28, at the end of 27, 28. That was projecting between a $2 and $2.5 million a year budget deficit between now and then. We're looking at just under 3.4 million proposed deficit to run this year, which would accelerate the timetable of the city running out of money to meet its obligations. So I think it's important for us to consider that as we go through this and decide whether or not to approve the proposed budget. We need to keep that in mind, that we are heading down a path that we cannot sustain and is frankly unsustainable for only a few more years before we hit a roadblock. So anyway, I felt like that was a good context because one of the North Star priorities for the city, the council set for this year, was fiscal management, understanding that we have to turn this ship around. We're heading in the wrong direction pretty quick. Okay. I think that's good to remember.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, so we're going to now do fund details. Yep. Not fun details, but fund details. And this is where department directors will come up and if we have additional questions. I think, given what Dave has just brought up and reminded us all about, it behooves us to be asking hard questions, I think, this evening about what's going on, or what's proposed for this year, and consider if there's any cuts that need to be done now versus major ones in 3 or 4 years. So, death by 1,000 cuts is not a lot of fun, but it needs to be done. All right, with that, let's see, we're in the general fund, revenue and contingency, unappropriated. Conversation about that, that's our resources, basically. Sorry about that, I took that off because I'm constantly clearing my throat and I didn't want to put everybody in. Thank you. All right, we're looking at resources and unappropriated balance.
I think the big thing that stands out on the resource side is we don't have a tremendous amount of growth. Our investments are doing better. Hotel taxes are down. But we're still in pretty good shape. You know, our beginning cash actually went up again. And one of the things that I will say is we budget and expect to fill every position, have it completely filled for the entire year, and to spend every dollar that we budgeted. We never do. But when we talk about that 5-year projection, you know, we've been essentially deficit spending, if you will, for 3 or 4 years. If you just look at the budget, but we've been, because of things like hiring lags and the approach that we take, we've actually continued to build up that fund balance. But we've added some additional positions that I think is going to have a long-term impact, you know, most notably in the fire department.
We did talk about, the council in the past set a policy what to do with extra money, but the council could reverse that action so that that money, instead of going into reserves, could go into current operations. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so in this case, and I'm not belittling what Davis said, we ended up with $1.1 million of extra cash, and 50% went to general reserve, 25 to, and 25 to another. So the council could, on its own action, either at some point in the future say, we don't want to do that anymore, all that money's going to come and stay in general. With that, I don't want to put you on the spot, but that would sort of take some of the pressure off of,
I think, given the current fund balance, we're not at the point that we need to do that with that one-time money.
okay,
I think that when we get closer to those slopes crossing, changing how we deal with that unanticipated increase of cash, which for years, we just rolled it into the fund balance, which is partly why we've been able to build up that fund balance. Recognizing that the things that we're spending those dollars on are things that we're going to have to buy anyway. So I don't think that's a solution to the overall problem, because what we're doing is we're setting that money aside so that we can buy an ambulance every 3 years, and we can replace the boiler and those sorts of things. So it's not quite that simple.
okay,
It would be a very short-sighted solution.
Yeah.
okay. I have another question, and since we're talking about resources, unless you've got something.
Please.
Okay. Telephone franchise fee. Those are for those are lines that people are using still in their homes, right?
The
The landlines?
Yes. So the franchise fee for telephone is for landline. We don't capture
it's
anything
for-
for mobile phones?
It's for, no, not as a franchise fee.
Okay, well, we can't because they're,
Right. So this includes telecom providers, so it's not just landlines. So you have, who all pays into that, but if you have a fiber internet provider,
right?
they have to pay either a franchise fee or they have to pay the right-of-way licensing fee.
Got it.
So it's for the use of the right-of-way, and we're set at 7 for all of them, except for cable, which is capped by the FCC at 5%, and electric and gas are both at 5%, but we get the other two through the right-of-way licensing fee.
So if someone gets their internet over cable, that's different than if somebody gets internet over fiber? I guess I'm saying the franchise fee.
It's a finer nuance for that, Steve.
Okay. What's that?
It's a finer nuance on how that.
Okay.
There's a franchise agreement that identifies how what is paid for.
We don't need to get into
Yeah,
that.
that's,
And are we capped at that 7%?
that's where we are.
I know we are, but are we capped at that? Do we have to
You-
keep it at that? Can we really?
You do not. You would have to negotiate with the provider and recognize that those are pass-through costs associated with the service.
Right, I recognize that.
Yeah.
But there are some that we cannot go above anyway by
Cable.
law, by
Cable,
cable. Okay. But the rest of them we could renegotiate if we chose.
yes.
Okay.
And that's how we got to the 7% was several years ago. We had the fiscal committee that met. One of the recommendations was to increase franchise fees, which we've done. Okay.
One last question about, there's a new hotel going up on
There is.
Old Holland. Is that in LeGrand? Is that in the city limits? Okay, so that's a bump in our assessed tax value. And when it becomes occupied, that will also have an effect on transient room tax.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one more question? I'm looking at the opening statement And I was curious, talking about the city council's philosophy of funding specific programs first. Sure. Off the top of your head, Robert, can you kind of give us an idea of what
Yeah.
the ranking was from the council?
Yeah, so the intent is so the first priority is to continue to fund our services at the existing levels. Then it is, I have to go back to it.
Well, specific programs is what I'm curious about.
The council does not prioritize Program A over Program B. It's a fundamental statement that we're not going to cut services first. We will cut services last. We will defer maintenance. We will reduce capital expenditures, recognizing that there's an adverse impact to doing that. But the last thing that we want to do is to cut the direct services being provided to the citizens. That's the council's philosophy. But the council has not specifically said this category is more important than that category. The council's position historically has been the importance of being a full-service community that has it's a safe place, there are amenities, and we're doing the things that people expect.
It's just a little misleading and contradictory to what you just said, and that's why I wanted clarification on it. Secondly, Mary Ann, in addressing the council, I think before we look at trying to increase any more burden on the taxpayer, that we really need to scrutinize the budget and see, excuse me, if we have a budget, a personal budget, and we are not living within our means, and we know that in 2 to 3 years, we're going to be living on credit cards and savings, then we need to take action now. So I would really like our focus to be on that.
Okay.
Any other comments, Robert, on general fund revenue and contingency on unappropriated? Any other questions from budget? All right, move on to city council manager.
Questions on the council manager personnel budget?
So you did explain that even though you thought you were going to hire an IT person, you didn't need to do that.
We budgeted essentially the function twice.
Okay. All right.
What did we just say we did?
So last year, for the current budget year, we budgeted dollars to hire someone full-time, and we also budgeted dollars to pay for a consultant or company to provide the service.
Oh, I thought we were doing either or.
We purposely budgeted both. We only did one, so that's why you see a reduction in this budget, because we didn't do the full-time staff person.
I thought we did either or. I thought we budgeted either or.
Well, we budgeted
You budgeted
both
both, yeah.
so that we could do either or.
Yeah,
So
okay.
the FTE is reduced by 1.
What's that?
FTE is reduced by 1 in this.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any more questions, comments? Moving on then to finance and municipal court.
Questions for Heather?
So in keeping with what Roxy has just said, and what Dave has brought up, I think we need to ask ourselves, and this is where it becomes, I think, difficult for us at this table versus the people that run the departments and know those departments and know what they need and what the city manager knows and knows what he needs. We have a request for a position bump, right? I don't want to second guess what you need, but I do want to bring up the fact that when you do something like this, it compounds, because now you have a position that will have a salary increase every year. And though it's not much now, it could be one of those positions that we go back to in 3 or 4 years and say, we really need it, but, so, do we make that choice now, or do we make it in 3 or 4 years?
I think what we need to do, and I totally agree, and I feel the anxiety that David is feeling about the deficit, because, our situation at our home, we have had to decide, okay, what is a want and what is a need, and so forth. And I think we need to really go through everything and see what can we cut a little bit. A lot of little bits ends up adding to a lot. It can be. It's not going to take care of our deficit, but it can help. Like just in the general fund, we have delinquent also property taxes. What do we do to try to collect those and stuff? There's just so many little things. I went through this whole thing, this whole book, and there's like, can we cut it down a little bit in our office supplies, or can we cut it down a little bit here or there? I do know that we need positions. Doing this tour was probably the most informative thing. We have an incredible staff here in Grande, and people who care and so forth. And all the departments are doing so well. But we need to look at where we are totally at right now. We've got to try to cut as much as we can in case of emergency. We still have something to go by. I know we are collecting extra money on the side, like 1.2, 1.4, and so forth in funding in case of those emergencies, but we still need to do some thin lining of departments. What can we do? Can we, instead of going to places, I know we're not doing this very often, can we do more Zooms, or can we do more other things and stuff like that? And I do love how you feed us, by the way, for our retreat, but you don't have to. Do you know what I mean? There's just a lot of things that we don't really have to do, I think. And that's just kind of my personal opinion. I just think we need to try to really cut. I know you don't want to cut anybody, and I don't want to cut anybody, but I think that there's little extra things here and there that we can cut that can help our budget.
Denise, I see where you're trying to go with this. I think the place for that is when the council is in retreat. And the council should give some direction to the city manager and the department directors and say.
That's true, but we don't know a lot of what is going to be requested for the following year. We knew we were going to have a deficit of some sort, but now we see all this, and this even is going to add to the deficit.
Right, and I get that.
Right.
But I think it would have been the council, for the council to say, we would like you to go in and non-salary options, look for 3% less, overall. And I think that would have been a direction to the city manager and the department directors to take care of those little things.
Right.
And I would hate, I just tallied it. I've been on 27 of these things. And I've never had a situation where the budget committee went through and I hate to use the term nitpick, for 25, 10, $1,000 here in line items. I don't think it's productive for us to do that. I think it would take a lot of time and a lot of their input to get those kinds of savings. I think the better approach is for the council to say, go for this. I think for this committee to discuss whether to add a position or to increase a position is appropriate, and then get some feedback from the department directors. But I would really caution us not to try to go after little bits here and there. I just don't think that that's an effective way to go.
On that note, I do have a question about this position. If we could just hear a little bit more about the need for it going from half-time to full-time.
I think that's a good place to start. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, so based on new legislation, there is the Paid Leave Oregon Act. On our end, there is a lot of bookkeeping and tracking for that. HR and finance work together, and it kind of made more sense just to have finance take it over because there's a lot of implications with payroll with it. So there's that added duty that's been added on to us. Also, over the years, so we handle the TRT, the transient room tax. Over the years, those have increased because of the short-term rentals. So 5 years ago, we were dealing with 24. Now we are dealing with 62. So that's a lot of additional time on our hands as well. And we also we just implemented a year or two ago, the accounts receivable module within our finance software. Our auditors had requested us to do that to give a better understanding and better tracking of our accounts receivable. So now any billing at all within the city comes through our office and we bill it out, where before it was spread out between all the different departments. Weren't sure if people were paying bills on time, so now that's a better track within our office, and that takes up additional time as well.
So Heather, the roughly 34K increase in salaries is to bring that position up to full-time,
Correct.
plus increases in salary for the other members, other employees in the department, correct? Okay, so-
The negotiated cost of living
Yes,
increases.
okay.
So, to Steve's point, positions are hard. Personnel is hard. Because if you hire that person, they usually expect to have a job the next year. And again, like you said, there's COLA increases, there's other things. Half-time to full-time is also difficult, because full-time now qualifies for benefits and other things that cost the city more money. It's arguably more cost-effective to have 2 half-time people than 1 full-time person, because you have savings on the benefits end that are being paid out by the city. Is there any type of a seasonal nature to this work where we can bring in temp or other things? Because frankly, the question I'm ready to ask for any department that wants to hire new personnel is, what are you going to cut out of your budget? If we're going to try and go budget neutral on this, what are you going to cut to afford that person? Where else can we dig into it? And because that's kind of, I think that's the approach we have to take, especially with personnel. It is not only a burden in this year's budget, but for every future year's budget. And
based on the benefits, medical, dental, it's between 10,300 and 26,000 in that, in
Benefits.
addition to the salaries per year.
Yep.
So this
So just for perspective,
Right.
yeah.
This specific position is actually already half-time, so they are actually receiving benefits.
They're already benefited, okay?
okay.
Yeah, we'll pay additional on their benefits because they earn more as a full-time person versus a half-time, but yes, they are, that position is currently receiving benefits.
And I don't see that position as coming seasonal because it will take longer to train somebody to do the job adequately.
And I don't know if many of you remember, but we actually, this position was full-time
It got cut.
about 10 years ago,
And I got cut.
and it
Is-
got cut to half-time.
Is there any way to automate things like TRT payments that are coming in? Or is that really a pretty time-intensive manual process?
Pretty time-intensive, especially searching. We do a lot of searching of short-term rentals out there that don't report to us.
And making sure they do. Yeah. I was going to ask if that has that gotten better though?
It has gotten better, yes.
Well, if
I was-
they're
when I was
not
looking
reporting,
at
can you
this-
fine them? Can they pay penalties?
Yes,
I mean, it's using more of your time, they need to pay more.
yes, because then we have to go in, yeah. But yes, they do pay penalties and interest.
I wanted to ask about credit card fees. I work for a small nonprofit, and I'm aghast at how much we have to pay. We have a fixed fee every month, plus we have a percentage for everything that goes through. And we lose a lot of money annually to the fees. Is there any place there that you can find a different service that that handles the credit card billing? And I'm not looking for an answer tonight, but that's a potential savings that brings money.
That's what I was going to ask too, see, especially under the professional service fee.
Yeah.
I see that they increased their rate and they have more people using it.
A majority of the people who use our credit card are the online payments through our software company, so it's kind of up to our because our software company works with third party.
Okay.
So unfortunately, it's not like we can go out and shop for that, because we actually go through our software, so it directly, when someone makes a payment online, it's real time and it goes on their water sewer account immediately. So, yeah, it's kind of out of our hands as far as shopping.
Just as a little aside, for all of us, when you're buying locally, if you can pay for cash, it's much better for the business. Justin can attest to that. And the same goes for the city. I mean, I wish I could I would still send you a check, but it's so much easier to use a credit card and do the regular monthly billing, right? Because then I don't have to worry about it. Sorry. Any more questions for finance and municipal court?
Is there a way to tack on a credit card fee?
That's what I was going to ask. I think the tax assessor does. Could do that. I'm not sure that's something we want to do.
Yeah, I mean,
To me, it's a cost of doing business, unfortunately, and providing that service to our customers. Even if they come in with a check, we still have fees through our bank. Even we get a per check deposited fee even through our bank. So there's fees regardless.
But accepting these credit cards through like you do online, saves you time also, though.
It does.
You don't, so it's a kind of a wash there.
Kind of a
isn't it?
service.
Exactly.
The staff versus,
It isn't really a wash when we look at the volume that we see of people coming to the window. You know, one of the ways that we've been able to do a half less person is by doing things like emphasizing the bill pay, online pay, to reduce the people that are coming. When we start adding fees that cause people to then come back into City Hall, there's not just an impact to that individual, there's also an impact to us for staffing to deal with that.
that's what I meant with the online payment reduces the need for the staff.
Yes, yes. It's a huge motivator for us to continue to encourage.
So when I'm saying it's a wash, I mean, yes, we're losing money by doing that, but yet we're saving staff time.
I think we're actually making more than we're losing in that regard. We'd have to have a lot of fees to offset the
Yeah,
staffing
that's what I mean,
fees.
yeah.
I would like to say something, and I appreciate the concern about the costs, but respectfully, our directors do a fabulous job, day in and day out, of trying to identify ways to save the city money. Things like doing conferences by Zoom. Things like doing internal training, things like cross-training. And I know you're trying to help and try to brainstorm solutions, but there is no one that knows more about how to efficiently and effectively run a department than the people sitting behind me. And so if you say to me, Robert, cut $3.6 million out of the budget, I can deal with that and I'll work with our staff to tell you how to do that and what that will cost the community. And we've done that before. We did that in 2008 and 2009. A couple of you were here. So if you give me guidance that you don't want to support positions or you want to Robert, find $500,000 out of the general fund, I would much prefer you tell me that than for us to go through and say, well, this budget line under office supplies or departmental supplies, can we cut $100 out of it?
Just for clarification, I love you guys. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for every person that, from Robert back down. I also think, Robert, that the request to cut $3.6 million out of the budget comes from the council, and it should not happen at this table necessarily. Because then it would send the whole budget back to you. But 3.6 is a lot of money to find.
And I was overemphasizing
Yeah, I
the
know.
dollar amount.
Right.
It's 393.
But my point is, we're asking for a certain number of additional positions. If the Budget Committee feels we shouldn't fund any of those, that's relatively simple, because we know what that looks like. If it's, we don't think we should fund all of them, I would prefer that you tell me how many dollars you're comfortable of continuing money being added, and then I will suggest what positions we would prioritize to fill versus not.
Is that clear to Budget Committee members?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say what you're doing is wrong and improper. I'm just saying there's a threshold below which I don't think the Budget Committee should dive into, because the expertise is not there.
Even the times I was on council, but even now, it's like I got to take a 10,000-foot view versus the 1-foot view.
Robert's comment is appropriate, that we don't need to involve ourselves in the minutia, keep it high level, but at the same time, what we have here is minutia. And what we can see are line items where things have increased dramatically. And it is appropriate, I would argue, wholly appropriate for this committee to ask why.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
And to say, we have to get back to where we were. And so there's a balance there. Yes, it's high level, but also we've got line item minutiae here, and we need to be able to say what's going on there, because we can't hide from that. Ultimately, we're the ones held responsible for whether this is done right or not. Okay?
Good point.
We bear the responsibility for the budget, not the directors.
Right.
And so it is our responsibility to figure out what's going on here and be able to approve that. We cannot absolve ourselves of that. So somewhere in that balance is how this, I think, needs to be conducted.
In fact, Dave, that's how I usually approach the review, is look at line items that have substantially increased and decide, and then look at a message from the department directors. Is there an explanation for that increase? Am I okay with that? If not, let's have that conversation this evening.
Sure, but this year, we really have to start looking at this budget. We can't keep going and
Yes.
spending our reserve. We can't do it.
I think we've been really lucky to have the gentleman sitting here in the last few years who knows how to work a budget.
I know. And we have had to cut before. We need to do it again. We're facing with that. Otherwise, we're going to be in the red.
Exactly.
Can't do that.
Okay, so we're still got Heather on the scope here.
Yeah.
I would offer this, that a position like this also helps the city to fund itself. TRT revenues are dollars coming in. And so if we can't process those appropriately, this is a position that to some extent helps to balance those revenues. And I think that's important to consider in Heather's request.
Any other questions, discussion on this? This is a good conversation. I think it also gets people's radar up as we move through the budget. Thank you. I think we'll move on, Robert, to Police Department. Gary's been chomping at the bit.
Probably doesn't want to get up here right now.
Questions for Gary?
He's on the hot seat now.
Questions for Chief Bell?
How much of a net gain in dispatchers is this? Because we're talking about adding 2 new positions here.
I'm sorry, can you start over? I
Sure.
couldn't hear what you said.
How much of a gain, what have we had historically for dispatchers? How many have we had historically?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. We currently are authorized for 10 dispatchers, 11 if you count the manager, which is Rhonda in the back of the room. In 2002, we added an 11th dispatcher, and at that point in time, we were fielding in the neighborhood of between 10 and 11,000 total calls for service. in a calendar year in the 911 dispatch center. In 2009, the conversation you just had, we lost that 11th position, so we went back to 10. We've been authorized for 10 dispatchers since then. Last calendar year, we fielded between 26 and 27,000 calls for service in the 911 dispatch center. And we are finding ourselves, we have been able to do this the best we can with the resources that we have, but we're finding ourselves in a position where we have one 911 dispatcher on duty more times than we're comfortable with. And coupling that with, it's a difficult job, and because of the shift work, I think some of you are probably aware, and I know Mary Ann asks me pretty regularly if we're fully staffed, and much to my chagrin, oftentimes we're not. And so we are authorized for 10. We're one dispatcher short right now, and I have a resignation for a dispatcher that's going to be leaving the middle of June. So what happens is we're so short-staffed that we are in crisis pretty regularly, where have one dispatcher on duty. So if that person needs a break or has to use the restroom or something, it's challenging. Does that answer your question?
It does.
So Chief, I'm going to package a number of questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, about 6 months to get a person trained up and running so they can work dispatch on their own?
That's correct, for a dispatcher.
Okay. In the past, you've got people trained up and you've got them working, and then they leave in a short period of time. Is that an issue?
Well, there's a lot of variables to that. I'm not comfortable just saying carte blanche that happens,
okay.
But it's a difficult job, and there's shift work involved, and so we've had we just retired this last summer 2 very long-serving dispatchers, 20 and 25 years of service. So that happens too, but sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. The last question is, and Emmett's back there, but I think I read it somewhere in the fire department about bringing new folks on and training them, but paying for training or something so that they can have an obligation to continue working for the.
Yeah, I think that Chief Cornford can speak to their program. I'm familiar with that, but I'm more comfortable letting him speak to that.
Right.
But for 911 dispatchers, their academy training that is required by state law is paid for through DPSST, which is the certifying agency in Salem. But we're on the hook to pay for that dispatcher's personnel time or their wages during that period of time that they're in training.
Okay, all right.
And once again, Gary, would you mind telling us how long it takes a police officer, once you hire them, to become fully?
9 to 10 months,
So
if they're not previously experienced or certified.
So you're going to be, you're asking for 2 more dispatchers, but you're going to actually be down 1 starting in June.
As of June 15th, we will have 8 dispatchers.
Okay, wow.
And you're not asking for any new police officers because the detectives are not getting ready?
That's correct.
Okay.
So if we're really largely net neutral on our dispatchers, why such an increase in personnel costs? We're $193,000 additional personnel costs. If we're losing and just replacing, what explains the difference?
Yeah, so in the police budget that we're looking at right now, 2 dispatchers equates to 1.2 FTEs. The cost associated with that in that number that you're looking at is $110,000. But that doesn't reflect the revenue that downstream we will get through contracted services. So these 2 dispatchers, if you will, around $180,000 a year. 40% of that would be paid right off the front, is funded through the 911 fund. 60% of it is in the police general fund. Of that 60%, the $110,000, moving forward through contracted services, and we have a formula that we use annually where we provide a notice of billing to the county. It's been pretty consistent that the county ends up being billed for about 46% of that. So our moving forward cost for these two dispatchers is just under $60,000. But of course, you guys know and understand that, through cost of living increases, that changes. But the remainder of that is as a result of our most recent contract negotiation settlement, also some insurance increases, all of those associated personnel costs with the other employees that are funded within the police department budget.
So the contracted service pays a percentage of the total cost? If you had nine dispatchers, or if you had 11?
That's correct.
So it's just the total cost of what it would cost for that, is that correct?
Right, so for the personnel costs,
Okay.
if you look at it per unit, the personnel cost for 911 dispatchers, right at the front end, 40% of that is funded in the 911 budget. 60% of it is in the police budget. But of that 60% for 911 dispatchers, on an annual basis, we bill the county for about 45 to 46% of that based upon usage.
Okay, based on usage.
That's correct. That's how the formula is
That's
based.
how it works.
Yep.
Okay. So, like I said, so they're still going to be paying more if you have more dispatchers.
That's correct.
That's all I wanted, yeah.
One thing probably in the answer that I was looking to provide you, Counselor, was in 2020, the state increased the 911 tax revenues, and that happened over a 2-year period of time. So the 911 reimbursement that we receive through the state has increased, so that before this, we did not have the funds in the 911 budget, and I apologize for getting ahead, but they're tied together. We did not have the funds in the 911 budget to support that 40%. So that's what, from 2009 to 2010 to now, but now we realize the ability in the 911 fund to offset that, recognizing, yes, there is a cost associated with the general fund to make that happen.
Chief, I have a question about overtime.
Yeah.
Nice having a calculator on my phone. That's about a 20% increase from the 90,000 to the proposed 108.
Right.
It's a 20% increase, and I thought we had more officers now in place. So why such an increase?
Yeah, I think I can clear this up very quickly for you.
Okay.
What you're looking at in the 90,000, that is the estimated expenditure for this year,
Okay.
for the budget we're in right now.
Okay.
We were budgeted we are budgeted $105,000.
Right.
So the request before you now is $108,000. That's $3,000.
Okay.
You're looking at what we anticipate we're going to expend this budget year. We do the best we can with that one. A lot of that is court time, a lot of it is predictable, but major critical events can change that. And I knock on wood, I hope we don't, but we could have one between now and the end, or three,
Right.
between now and the end of the fiscal year that could change that estimated expenditure number. But really what we're looking at is a neighborhood of a 3% increase, and that's directly connected to the cost of living increases and things like that, not any additional overtime expenditure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions for Chief Bell?
You're down to 8 now.
We're down to 9 now. Middle of June, we will be down to 8. That's correct.
So you're going to hopefully replace those 2 plus 2 more?
That's correct. So we're in the process of hiring right now for the one vacancy we have. We will work as quickly as we can to fill that vacancy that is going to happen middle of June. So fully staffed, is where we would like to be, at 10 dispatchers. With the request, that would give us 12 dispatchers and the ability to guarantee that we would have 2 dispatchers on 24 hours a day.
Any more questions for Chief Bell? Thank you, Chief. Moving on to Fire and EMS. Chief Cornford. Questions? Looks like having additional firefighters is dropping your overtime.
It is, yeah, it's not as significant. One of the questions we got was why it hadn't dropped as far as we'd hoped, but I think I answered that in the question, that we still struggle with number of paramedics on shift, so we're working on that with some new paramedics being trained, so that will help, and we're also working on some acting officers that will allow us to cut that even more.
Question?
As I recall, when we toured the fire station, along with the additional training for the EMTs, there's commitment to the fire department to work for a certain amount of time?
Yes. So as part of the agreement for us to pay for their training, we allow them, after they've completed their one-year probation, to go to paramedic school. They're required within 3 years to accomplish that, which takes about 18 months. And once they get certified as a paramedic by the state of Oregon, then they owe us a 4-year contract, or they'll stay employed for 4 years. If they choose to leave, then they pay back the city on a prorated rate.
So if they're taking 3 years to do the training,
It's almost a
basically a
7-year
seven-year
commitment.
commitment for them.
Yes.
Just like to point out one thing. Bottom lines are important. Last year, you budgeted $4,015,000. This year, $4,027,000. And you have 2 more.
3 more.
I don't have any more questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I don't want to shut you off, but. All right, Parks, Recreation, and Urban Forestry Division. I almost yelled stew, but I'm not going to just.
Restrain yourself
Yeah,
from
just
one
a
night.
little bit. Let's do Parks first. Got it. Questions about the parks?
So some TRT funds are being used to leverage grants for the playground. Yeah,
Yeah,
how much?
$75,000 is in the budget, your proposed
In
budget for that?
TRT, yeah,
Uh-huh.
okay.
The full project budget? What's your question?
Yeah, so
Sure.
I've seen this money in the city managers, and then it kind of rolls through. So 75 comes from the TRT taxes.
Right,
Okay.
right, correct.
And then you've got a bunch of money fundraised for the
Yeah.
total of a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, good summary, Green.
Okay.
Well said.
What's the total project cost?
The total project's about $700,000.
And you've got all that money, or close to it?
We've got the local match secured, which is 40%. I've got grants out for the rest. So over $400,000 in grant applications is pending. Should hear about that by September.
All right. I know that you're extending the Riverside Walkway.
That's not in this year, that's not in front of you.
Okay.
Right.
Did it come out of last year's?
It's budgeted, yeah.
Yes, for 23, 24.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Thank
That's
you.
happening now, live
Okay.
as we speak.
Yep. Excellent.
So Stu, I see that you're going to be purchasing a new lawnmower, the 8-foot deck mower, is that right?
Right.
Didn't we just buy one?
Well, we bought several.
Oh, okay.
So we have different mowers for different things.
Okay.
We have a 5-foot deck, a 6-foot deck, a 12-foot deck, lots of fun. So this is just sort of a part of the replacement cycle.
Oh, okay, so you're giving,
So we need more than one mower to mow the parks is what I'm
Well,
telling you.
yeah, right, I
So,
recognize
Yes,
that.
we did buy one recently, but
we need more than one. Yeah.
And if you get one with a bigger deck, you have to pay the person sitting on it less because they're not on,
Sort of.
right?
Sure.
They could do it faster.
Sure.
So how many do we have?
How many mowers?
Yeah.
3.
This would be the fourth one?
This would replace one of those 3.
Oh, one
Okay.
of these 3, okay.
Yeah.
The 5,000 for turf, future turf replacement, that's when we're on the field trip.
Yeah.
We got to see
Yeah.
the one and only in Eastern Oregon artificial infield turf, and I'm assuming the 5,000 is towards replacing that.
Yeah, so we actually have an agreement with the school district
Yes.
to put money aside in their annual budget as well as our budget. So when we get to that 10-year life expectancy, then we'll have the money that we can afford to replace it.
Right.
What about the college, since they're planning on,
The
are
college
they gonna be
doesn't,
helping in with that?
yeah, the college doesn't have that in their agreement, but they pay for use and other maintenance. It could. It's not in a reserve account structure though, like this is.
Other parks questions?
See, what's that?
Will that reserve fund fully funded by the time you get the
It
replacement?
depends on inflation, you know, we haven't talked about that much tonight, but that's a reality. It's our best guess.
Other parks questions? If not, we'll move on to pool. Got trouble in your, no, sorry. Aquatics. When was the last time council increased aquatics fees? Okay.
Last year.
Okay.
Good thing to get us here. I don't know.
Any questions? No? Yes? No?
I have one.
Okay.
The covers that you put over the pool when we took our tour, you were quoting the amount of energy it saved. Those were installed when?
Several years ago.
Several years ago.
Right.
So we're recognizing that savings now. It's not like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the answer in the budget question memo. That's part of a bigger conversation with Energy Trust of Oregon that we use to save energy costs as well as we use their incentive programs. Speaking of that boiler replacement, we haven't, and we don't have any savings budgeted for that. However, a boiler that was installed in 1998 compared to 2024, we could assume there'll be substantial energy savings, but that's not figured into this budget, given we don't have all that information yet of what kind will be selected, et cetera.
So the budget, the boiler would be put in after July 1 sometime?
Right, but what I'm saying is, under electricity, gas, oil, that budget line could
Right.
be substantially reduced
Yep.
after that boiler's installed. We don't know that information yet.
Okay, so I have a question. So is it the budget increase of 79,000, is that for the boiler?
The 79, where do you see?
Looking at your total numbers.
I'm looking at the total, the total, like your current budget was the 470, and that you're requesting or proposing the 549. So it
Well-
increased by 79.
Well, that's part of that position,
Boiler?
that
Oh,
added
that
position,
Okay.
right? As well as the increase, as explained in the narrative, the chemical and lab supplies, the professional services and fees, et cetera.
Okay.
So it's a combo, but it's not related to the boiler.
Okay.
Those are operating costs.
Do you know how much the boiler is going to be?
80 plus, what did I say? 80 plus 50 is 130,000.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Stu, if we ask again about the personnel request here, if I did my math right, I mean, this is one that, to me, sounds a little more reasonable because we are eliminating some janitorial expenses
And a
in
seasonal
addition
parks
to that.
person.
Right.
And so if I worked it out, I mean, we're asking for about an additional 15,000 in the budget for that, but we're eliminating approximately 10,000 on the janitorial side. And so I thought that was important to point out with this particular personnel request.
In the pool budget, the parks budget has the other part of that, which would be 25-ish, as Robert would say, 25 and change savings because of the elimination of a park seasonal position. that would be rolled into that full-time
Okay,
year-round.
thank you.
I have one last question, mainly because I'm curious.
Yeah,
The porta potties, like at Benton Park,
yeah,
who bears the cost of those porta potties?
the user groups. Benton Park,
Okay.
Benton Park in particular is the city, because it's a city soccer program. But Candy Cane Park is paid for by Little League and the Soccer Association. Pioneer Park is paid for by EOU and the baseball groups. So it depends. We don't buy very many porta potties.
Okay.
Mostly they're user groups.
I think Benton has a T-ball program.
They might, I don't know if they replace that porta potty or not, but yeah, we're not paying for it right now, I can tell you
Okay,
that.
thank you.
So the one at Pioneer, you're not paying for that one either, down by where the little guys play.
Yeah, there's several at Pioneer that we don't pay for. The Little League groups pay for those.
Okay.
All right, sorry, I was jotting some notes to myself. Any other questions on aquatics? All right, recreation then.
No questions about why we want to replace a 1982 van?
No.
Bus?
Is that the one we wrote in?
I wrote on it.
I do have a question. What is a signal box wrap?
Signal boxes are the gray boxes on each intersection with this light. You know, the
Yeah.
red, yellow, green ones?
Yeah. So they
There's a
want
box on the sidewalk. So the Art Commission has some money to pay for some of those. The requested funding that you see is the rest. So all the signal boxes, I think there's 8 of them in the core plus.
Yeah.
There'll be mural designs from elementary kids and all the school children in town.
Oh, okay.
Now you know.
Now
The more
I
you know, ding, you know the things.
Well, I had to ask because in the context of art, I did not connect
Next time
signal.
you're in Boise or any other bigger city, look down by the sidewalk by the light. If you're at a stoplight, you'll see them decorated. Now that you know, you'll see them all the time.
I'll be looking.
Yeah.
I'll be looking. Thank you. Questions on recreation?
How many kids are you serving in the after-school program?
Oh dear, an average of 35 a week. That's just school year, and then hundreds more in the summer.
And school buses take them?
Yep. So it's at Willow, the school district, we have an agreement with the school district, an intergovernmental agreement, which we don't charge each other. We don't pay rent for the location. It's at Willow. We have dedicated space there. The buses come, staff pick them up. Yeah. It's been a great service since we, kind of Kids Club discontinued.
Yeah, that's really good.
Any more questions? Recreation. All right, urban forestry. Halftime position, is that grant funding that?
The halftime position,
How are we funding that?
are you talking about what?
I'm urban forestry.
Oh, so sorry.
That it's at 1.45?
Oh, so part-time, not halftime. That's what tripped me up,
Oh,
Steve.
sorry. Yeah,
Sorry.
part-time.
Yeah, that was a budget correction from last year when we charged that position to Parks. It's actually a 3-month position in urban forestry.
Okay.
So that was added to the appropriate budget.
Okay. And I know that the Urban Forestry Commission, which should be meeting tomorrow night, is not because half of us
You're
are here.
here.
Right. We were talking about grant applications with the possibility of hiring an assistant urban forester. Is that in here?
Robert did cover that earlier tonight. Yep,
Okay, I apologize, I missed
It's in
that.
the grants and donations fund.
Okay. All right, any more questions for urban forestry?
Wood chipper,
Wood chipper,
do we currently have one?
we don't. We used to have one, but it wore out about 6-8 years ago. So this is part of a new sort of cost savings of you either haul the branches and we don't have a place to put them, or we chip them on site.
So this is more of a portable wood chipper that when we limb trees and there's storm damage and things, that we can chip them on site versus having the extra transportation costs and storage issue.
And walls around the base of the tree.
Right.
But we also get some of those from the commercial.
We have lots of mulch. That's true. This isn't for that. This is for other pruning and
taking
damage that we
care
have to take care of. Yeah.
Okay.
Shoot, I lost it. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Any other questions? Urban forestry? All right, you're out of the hot seat, Stu.
Thanks, Stu.
Library.
Questions for Terry?
I'm waiting. Questions?
How many hours a week is the library open?
Well, I can tell you our open hours for last year were 2,320.
And what's the proposed?
Oh, we were going to add 6 additional hours per week. We're thinking of 4 evening hours and then 2 additional on Saturdays, which I think would be very beneficial, especially with the farmers market. Will be open at the same time.
So that would add another 300 hours or so to your open.
Carrie, do you track volume of patrons in the library? I guess the question I'm getting at is, I mean, so we want to add hours, but an alternative to adding hours and adding the staff to accommodate that would be to look at hours of utilization and maximize shift hours rather away from low utilization hours to expand them on, days where we would have higher utilization if we were open more hours. Do you have a sense of that?
So, yeah, I'll give you some numbers. We've typically have been seeing over 6,000 people coming through our doors every month. We're busier than ever. In 2023, we had over 82,000 people coming into the library. Last year as well, we had 336 programs with 3,361 attendees. So my main thing for the additional staff is safety. We have this immense building, and it was always the intention to have 2 people out in the building at all times. So one at the children's desk and one at the main desk. There was even talk originally to have a desk back here in this abandoned area where we don't have anyone staffed back here. So that was kind of the original intent. So yeah, my main reason is safety, staff safety. We're seeing all these numbers coming through the doors. We want to serve them. We get a diverse clientele. Sometimes they're problematic. No offense to Heather and her finance department, but they're behind bulletproof glass. We are not. Last year, I had Chief Bell give me some numbers. Out of his service calls, 46 were for the library. And we don't, use those calls lightly. We don't just pick up the phone and say, come help us. We really think it out. We did recently install the panic button, which I think most of you are aware of. So that helps staff feel a little safer, not too much, because they still have the wait time, but it really does help. If you talk to staff, I've been trying to staff 2 people in the morning and in the evening, just to kind of get a feel for it. We have had to cut back on a couple programs because of that. But if you ask them, they're so happy with that. It takes so much more pressure off of them at desk. We get to help the public more. We get to help the little kids go out and find the book they're looking for. So that's where we're at.
So currently there are hours where the library is staffed with only 1 individual.
I'm sorry?
Currently the library is staffed with only 1 individual during some hours?
Yes, yeah, for the majority of the day.
Do you still have volunteers come in?
Our volunteers are allowed to cover books. We hesitate letting staff or volunteers go behind the computer and have access to patron accounts and information and all of that. So they really just shelve for us, cover books as needed. We've actually had problems getting volunteers. I don't know if other people have had trouble getting volunteers lately, but it is difficult to try to get people to come in and,
So for for the safety issue, with both doors unlocked all the time, does that cause more of the safety issue?
it does, and to be quite honest, I think I spend a lot of time monitoring security cameras, sadly, which is not, shouldn't be a main part of my job, but I really, I want to keep track of people that are having, displaying suspicious behaviors. We do have these back two bathrooms locked during the day now. You can come up and get a key, but the front two bathrooms are always unlocked. So we recommend people to use those first, then they can use the ones back here. And that has helped Jeremy a lot in his cleanup, because we have seen a lot of drug use, other unfortunate issues as well.
And it's unfortunate because you can't keep this back door locked, because that's where people can park. So you can't keep the front door locked, so, yeah.
Yeah, and I think originally this was an emergency exit, but then they decided that that wasn't legal, or
Well,
You have to
that
have
was
two ways.
way back, way back. when.
Unfortunately, handicap parking is at this end.
Yeah,
Correct. Yeah.
we do have a couple spots. I mean, they can park anywhere with the handicap
So
sticker.
basically, it's regulations that these doors have to be open.
You have to have two ways out, an alternate way out.
There's no exit.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I think Chief Cornford could probably.
For what?
Right, for egress. For what?
For ingress.
Say, because a lot of stores will walk upstairs and say, use this one.
Yeah, they can go out, they can't come.
All right.
So,
Any more questions? Library.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to economic development. I'm looking at time. I think we can move through the rest of the general fund budgets, and then draw a line at where we start with enterprise.
I
Sound
agree with that, yeah.
reasonable? That gives us some flexibility, and then wow, 2 nights, maybe. All right, questions for economic development? Now, we have an urban renewal district that we do economic development in. This is the other 80% of town. Right.
No,
No.
it's not.
Just when I thought I knew what was going on, I'm getting shot down. Help me out.
So 70% of this is the district.
Oh, okay.
So the way that we fund our economic development director is through an agreement between the city and the agency that forms a debt instrument that allows us to use those dollars to pay staff to execute the programs. And so within this budget, you have some dollars, some small amount of dollars, 30% of Timothy's time can be done outside the district. 70% has to be inside. The itemized costs are laid out in this budget.
Okay.
So think of this as a 70-30 urban renewal to general fund economic development effort.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Questions on economic development? 70% urban renewal district, roughly 30% outside.
I know you knew that.
I'm curious what the recast city is. I think I've read about the commercial kitchen, but.
So the Recast City program is a national program run by a woman named Alana Pruis, who was formerly spent several years as the with the National Smart Growth Program and was formerly with Smart Growth America. Her program really focuses on identifying and capturing the opportunity to really utilize small business, small-scale manufacturing as an economic redevelopment tool. Really thinking about those boutique makers, small-scale producers, folks making everything from hardware to hot sauce to handbags. And particularly how that segment of manufacturing can fit really well as a downtown revitalization strategy, utilizing some of the spaces similar to what we see in our downtown. Evermind Labels, Eastern Wheelworks, Bird Dog Glass are all kind of good examples of that type of small-scale manufacturing. And so this particular program, we are one of 5 communities nationwide participating in this year's cohort, going through that training, working on really training our volunteers and our cohort partners to help with that recruitment and development of that specific sector.
Timothy?
Yes.
Looking here, we've got data back to 2022. Consultants up $60,000 since then, from $5,000 to $65,000. Advertising, $700 in 2022. We're now at $59,000. Training, travel, meeting expenses from $1,200 to $15,000. There's some alarming trends there.
So I think first of all, some of those. Yeah. So I think the first thing I would point out is that you are comparing actual to what's being requested. Okay. So the biggest issue is that a lot of those dollars simply didn't get spent in past years. So even during COVID particularly, we were doing very little travel. So those numbers would be almost zero. Consulting again, we have engaged in a couple of newer, more extensive projects that we have had to look out to some consulting for. Marketing, in our budget, marketing is a big chunk of that has been, we budgeted as marketing if we're trending a trade show where we were hoping to do recruitment and identify new leads at those trade shows. Again, going back COVID and even in 2022, we went to very few of those. So our actual number in those categories was underutilized.
Right, and I would argue, even if you look at 2023, we're looking at the same trends. I mean, you're tripled in consultants, you're from 5,000 to 59,000 advertised. So I don't know that the pandemic explains all of those, but here would be a question where I think, I would just point out those items and say, wants versus needs. If we're committed to reducing the deficit that we're looking at, I agree it's really nice to advertise for economic development, and to some extent it may be very short-sighted to cut back on some of that. I would agree with that perspective, but these numbers stood out to me more than in a lot of other budgets as far as being very different.
If I could interject, the advertising, there's $35,000 of general fund money that's been carried forward for several years. So the $59,000 includes $35,000 of carry forward money. And so when we look at the consultant line for the current year budget, I believe the lion's share of that was for the Goal 9 economic development work that was done, partially paid for by the Urban Renewal District. So for the current year consultant, I think that's a big chunk of those dollars. The rest of the dollars for those consultants was in the planning budget. And then for the current year consultant, those are discrete things, 30,000 of the 65 is for the rare participant. But that is an area that we do take a look at, and, the advertising is the one that's the hardest, simply because until we spend those city dollars, we're going to always see the actual to the budget being out of whack.
Okay. And the rare person, what is the hope for this year with the rare person?
So the rare participant really is, we're thinking right now that will be tied to kind of the Jefferson Street plan and the Recast City project. Specifically, one of the projects that is surfacing as one that we will likely be spending our revenue and our resources implementing is really the shared use commercial kitchen capacity, and trying to really look at that as a way to leverage engagement and support for a lot of the food entrepreneurs that are out there. And I think this is really one that goes to that, 30% being outside of the district as well. We know that a lot of those businesses are outside. Actually, the urban growth boundary, urban renewal boundary, maybe they're home-based, and getting them into a facility where they can begin to grow those businesses and utilizing local resources for distribution and growing those businesses as a local business. So that particular project, very specific outreach, closely with a number of individual small business owners through a lot of regulatory processes through our health department, and also identifying resources for development and build out of that type of facility. So that would probably be a large percentage of that rare participants focus, would be implementation of that piece of those two projects.
Did you have the rare person in last year that you couldn't get, and they didn't fill that position? Was that last year or the year before?
So we did not have that in last year's budget, and so we did discuss that and make sure that this year, as we were going through the retreat, that we were anticipating that being this year's expenditure.
Gotcha. Okay.
And just as a reminder, for the materials and supplies line and the equipment and improvements here, all of these dollars, if they are expended, will be part of a transfer from the Urban Renewal Agency to the city, with the exception of that $35,000 of city dollars in that advertising line. So reducing these has no impact on the city fund, general fund's deficit.
All right, any other questions for Timothy? All right, moving on to planning.
And Steve, depending upon time, we might want to hit building inspection, building reserve, and 911, and so that we have a clean break right before Public Works, depending upon
That'll
time.
work. Yep, let's keep moving on it. Mike, do you do anything in your department? Sorry, that was.
My list is very short, but very expensive.
I love the look I get from Robert when I say stuff like that. You know I'm kidding. But the budget, I mean, you're actually down by 12,000, roughly, from last year.
Yeah, I think the numbers that you'll see in there that are more notable are the consultant items that are being funded through grants. So we have our phase 2 of our urban growth boundary expansion project, which is a fairly significant dollar amount. And then the one piece that is kind of new for this year, we didn't budget last year, is the Carnegie Library, and that's to try to get that on the National Register listing. And so maybe to answer the question before it's asked, is that is a city-owned building that we are responsible for, even though through a contract, I think they kind of maintain it, but it has a lot of deferred maintenance, and they rely 100% on fundraising for any maintenance that they do. And it's not eligible for it's a historic building, but it's not eligible for any historic grant money because it's not listed. And so that is, and I think a lot of our downtown grant money that comes to us comes through a historic preservation avenue. And once we get that Carnegie Library listed, then that organization will have access to tap into a significant financial resource. It's competitive, but at least it'll be available to them, which is not available today.
I wondered about that, so that's a good point.
Yeah.
Does that prohibit putting in an elevator if it becomes a national historic building?
I think, well, no, I don't think it prohibits it because there is a viability element to just about any historic preservation project. But it's, once it gets listed, just about all of those grants have a 50% match, so there's still going to have to be a huge fundraising element. But to get 50% of money that you currently don't have access to, that's a huge boost to a lot of folks.
Any more questions for Mike on planning? All right, Mike, thank you. You sticking with us for building maintenance? Another budget that's actually gone down from last year. Why? What's the major drop there? Materials and services?
No, well, the major drop you'll see, and this is more on the project list, because we did a number of projects. We had a huge lighting project this year that we've kind of wrapped up on, and so now we're kind of getting into just basic deferred maintenance and projects related to that. No significant projects on the building maintenance side.
Questions on building maintenance? All right, instead of cutting off here, we're going to keep going for building inspection and 911.
Oh, because that's an enterprise fund, so I thought we were going to cut there.
So anyway, we're good with building maintenance?
Yes.
That's fine.
Mike can step off the stage?
I will, except I'm also the director in charge of building.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'd be happy to let you guys just run with it.
No. I want to make a note that Justin has reminded me he needs to read another statement on conflict of interest. Declaration. So I'll let him go ahead and do that, and then we'll go on.
Since we're going to go into another part of the budget, and this is going to be a completely different voting, I am declaring a potential conflict of interest with the city's enterprise and other funding budgets because I own a business that potentially does business with Public Works Department based on a potential for tire sales, Public Works in the future. I will not participate in the discussion or vote on the enterprise and other fund budgets. I just want to make sure everybody knew that before we got in there because I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
All right, so thank you, Justin. And take Mike off, so I'm not tempted to speak. And if he does, so. Building inspection. Mike, I think the big thing here, and I read this and it didn't dawn on me until this evening, increase to cover contract plan review services. We no longer have a building inspector, is that correct?
Well, let me just start and give you the kind of the rundown because there's more to that answer. So we currently have two positions, two folks that are retiring. One is retiring, I want to say the end of next week-ish or so, or the week after, and then we have an inspector retiring in August. And so we're currently in the recruiting process for both positions. We anticipate the electrical inspector position that we're recruiting for to be a harder one to fill. And so we are trying to plan ahead, and we anticipate an overlap. So in the salary piece, you'll see that there is potentially going to be an increase in staffing level on the salary side, because if we can get an inspector to relocate to Grande, then we will take them. And in anticipation of our current inspector retiring in August. And so that's a big deal for us because our senior level plumbing inspector and senior level electrical inspector, you have to be a journeyman in either of those fields just to get certified to do inspections. And it is really hard to find folks willing to leave the private sector to come to the public sector to do this. And so anyway, so that's the salary side. But with the
retirements coming, we now have a huge shortage of certifications able to do plan reviews. And so what you see in the consultant line is a $10,000 budget from the current year to a $300,000 requested budget. But that money the building department pays for itself through the building permit fees. And so that dollar amount is really a placeholder because the plan review fee is a significant price tag associated with building permits. And those are paid on the front end, they're paid by the applicant, and their plans then get sent off to, at this point, it's getting sent off to the state, and then, and that $300,000 pays for that plan review. And so it's not really a cost that we're incurring, but it's a cost we have to pay for that is a pass-through from the application fee to the state.
And what's shocking to me, I should say, and that's not the right word, but this is an enterprise fund, and even with that bump in consulting fee, you still have an unappropriated fund balance of close to $2 million.
Yeah, well, and part of that, I mean, visually it's great looking, but in a way it's, I don't know, I look at it as we're getting ready to move into a time where we may see a lesser revenue in the future, because the last couple of years we've had huge projects. We've had the OU Fieldhouse, we've got the school district building, we have the hospital building, we have the hotel going in. All of that revenue is paid up front, but they have a lot of, some of them are almost done, but at least 3 of those big projects have a lot of inspections yet to come that have been paid for in advance, but we're going to be doing inspections in months and months to come, maybe even years to come, as they finish.
As part of
that were paid a year or 2 ago, that we're not going to collect any more revenue from in coming years. And so, but it'll be interesting. So hopefully we'll see some great economic development opportunities and get some other big projects. Otherwise, you know, that the reserve and the different things that are in this budget, we may be tapping into that to get us through at some point. But
okay.
Anyway.
So right now then, if you need, when is Joe retiring? Okay.
Our building official is retiring on the 20th.
So, okay. So if you need an inspection, what are you going to do if there's nobody here to do it?
We have our building official is an inspector.
Okay.
That has all kinds of certifications. We have a senior plumbing inspector 3 that has a lot of certifications, and we have an electrical inspector currently that has a lot of certifications, and then we have 4 contract inspectors, which is, I believe, is part of one of these budget items that we have been pulling in to fill the gaps. But they come from, you know, the Umatilla County area and elsewhere to come in and do our inspections. Right now, we're doing great on being able to cover everything. It's the plan reviews that you'll probably hear frustration and rumors out in the community of the delay in service, because that has to get farmed out. Where the inspections, you call for an inspection this morning, you'll probably have it before the day's over. And so we're really good on the inspection side, but the plan review side is we're going to be really struggling here soon.
This is an ongoing problem that we've had over the years.
Yeah, it comes and goes, and so it comes in cycles, but we have, the nice thing is for us, and we can be proud that we have some of the highest qualified inspectors, and hopefully with the retirements coming, we'll be able to replace them. But most of the counties around us contract with us to go to them to provide service, because we historically have had the inspectors to do that, but now we're going to be calling in favors.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Any more questions on building inspection? And just to note, building inspection reserve fund is really just an unappropriate ending fund, so I doubt there's any questions. You good to move on?
Yep, good.
Wrap this up.
911.
911.
Thought it would be helpful, since he already talked, to have him back up here before.
Exactly. If we both grill the chief on the
Yeah, right.
dispatchers, and that's a big piece of this. Any specific Any more specific questions about the 911 service? We're good? All right.
Real quickly, so there's been a lot of conversation about what we should do with the general fund budget, and we haven't had an opportunity to hear from the public. We may or may not have anybody that testifies, but it would be really helpful if there's any specific guidance or questions from the Budget Committee regarding the general fund. Share those this evening, because that will give us an opportunity during the day tomorrow to gather information. And I know a couple of you aren't going to be here tomorrow, so if there's feedback that you have or thoughts, I think this would be a good time to share them with the group.
Okay.
So, my 2 cents.
Anybody have anything to, just general direction to give to Robert and the department directors so that they can address it tomorrow and bring us back answers tomorrow in the evening? I'm not, good? Okay, Robert, I'm not saying perfect. So a general idea about tomorrow night, the session is still open. Yeah, well, there you go. Thank you. All right, so we'll do a recap tomorrow, tonight. We'll take public comments for the general fund only. Then we'll do some deliberation and approval. Vote tomorrow night for the general fund?
Yeah, I can walk through really quickly what's going to happen.
Okay.
So I have one thing that I owe you before tomorrow, which is the under levy sheet, so I'll get that out to you. If there are any questions that you think of when you go home, usually 5 minutes after the meeting, something will pop into my head. Please shoot me an email. We'll get that question and answer put together in written form, just as we did with the other ones. That'll be shared at the beginning of the meeting. We'll open it up for public comment after that recap, and then you'll get into the approval of the general fund. And then we'll jump back into the process we just did for Public Works, where you'll ask your questions about those, and then public comments on the general fund, enterprise and other funds, deliberations and approval, and hopefully we can be done tomorrow.
All right. And you'll have a new agenda for us tomorrow?
Should already be in your book,
Okay.
but we may have to tweak it for the sequencing.
If people feel the need, they can take their budget packets home. If you want, if you're comfortable leaving them here, just leave them at your position. Unless we have other questions or concerns, I'll adjourn us for this evening, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 6.
Okay, thank you, everybody.